All right, we are about to get started here with Shannon Brogsdale and Scott Lander. I'm sorry, I gotta. Looks like it's Lander. Let me double check the spelling. Scott Lander. I had a typo in the. Scott starts with 7 chips. Shannon with 10. In fact, Scott may start with. Yeah, it looks like 7. The board's kind of far away. So this is the weekly New Jersey pool scene chip tournament. It's 9-ball this week. Run by Brad Silver of Billiard Events and Tournaments. Hosted by Jose Garcia here at QBall Billiards in Vineland, New Jersey. And I'm Lee Blanchard of New Jersey Billiard Streams. And the names are up. We're about to get underway. 38 players in the field today. Could be a relatively quick tournament, short wait list. People on the wait. And we're underway with Shannon's break. Looks like the 8-ball fell on the break. We may have a guest commentator later today. May get Joe Bassetti on the mic for a while. Depends on how Joe's schedule works out. Oh, just need that to be a little stronger. I mean, this can work. He's got to get on that 3. Cut the 2 in the corner. Should be able to come off the rail and get in behind the 3. And then looking at maybe a 4-9 combo. Spot the 9, 4 to 5. It looks like he kind of went for a 2-way there. I'm not sure. I probably would have cut that in upper left corner. This angle's a little deceptive, so it could have been a scratch. He was worried about upper right. It didn't look like he was going to, but could have put a little low on that and pulled away from the pocket if that was his concern. This one's going to roll out to where I think Scott can see it. Good shot, and Scott plays for that 4-9 combo. This is a nice angle for that combo, too. You're not going to get the 4 into someplace where you can't make the next shot. Ooh. Just off on that one. Shannon went for the bank, just a little wide on that. This looks pretty straight for Scott. Hopefully he's got enough room to just cheat that pocket and come off the rail for the 5. Yeah, these are tough pockets to cheat on table 1, just right around 4 inches. This was not going to go on the side from where Scott is. Maybe try and come off the jaw and across. All right, he went the other way. Where goes that? 5 may go from this angle. Looks like there's enough room to cut it. Well, that's a heck of a shot. That is a heck of a shot. Another really nice shot. 6 and a 7. Good hit. And that's for the win for Scott Lander. And Scott Lander defeats Shannon Brogsdale. We'll have his next opponent coming right up. Dave Hansel up next. Dave on 7 of 8 chips. Shoot. This ball's frozen, so Scott's going to have to hit rail, and he does. Oh, wow. I thought that was going. This looks like it's just outside the jaw. Good shot. He's going to look at this 5, hit this a little draw and hold for the 6. Slide down the right side of your screen. Dave goes for the safe. That's well played. On the 8 makes the 7. Play this 8 in low left corner and just drift behind the 9. All right, miss for the win for Dave Hansel. Ooh, that's tough. Scott's got a chance to steal this one. Thin cut here on the 9. That one's going to line up well for Dave Hansel. Dave Hansel defeats Scott Lander. Joey Perez, there on camera, is our next contestant on table 1. Joey with looks like 7 and 9 chips. Let me verify that for you. See, my wife doesn't care. My wife does not care. I'm not sure if Dave was trying to make that on the bank or he was going for the safe. Okay, Stacy Warfel up next to play the mayor, Dave Hansel. Stacy is on 8 of 10 chips. All right, so Dave defeats Stacy Warfel. It's going to be John Prado for his next opponent. All right, John Prado on three of five chips. A little far away, hard to say. 3 of 5 chips is Dave's next opponent. All right, Punal Patel is up next against John Prado. Punal on 4 of 7 chips. All right, Punal defeats John Prado. His next opponent's going to be Dan Bryan. Dan on 7 of 10 chips. We're going to welcome Joe Bassetti to the mic. Joe's going to do some guest commentary. Thanks, Joe, for stopping by.
All right, thank you, Lee. This is Joe Bassetti from Pool Players Care. I'm here to commentate Table 1 action for you. All right, we have Punal Patel and Dan Bryant up currently. All right, Dan with the break here. Got one down. Super testy shot to start the rack off with. From here, he does have a little bit of an angle. It looks like the 3 kind of covering up the bottom right pocket. May make the 1 to play safe on the 2. So from here, I'll try my best to try to get close to the middle of the table to give myself the best opportunity for a snooker or distance. So he's going to run it forward. Yeah, very tough shot, and at that speed, even harder. It's going to lay up pretty good. All right, so Punal looks like he's going to try to get it, draw it back towards the center. Again, didn't get a lot. Failed through the follow through a little bit. Safety play here. Could go for the combination. Gonna play safe. Yeah, that's good. Got a really testy cut again down the rail. You can play a 2-way here, kind of draw it back towards the cluster. If you make it, great. You're near the 3. He's going to go high again. Looks like he's going to try to get the cue ball in the middle of the table. And overcut. All right, well, now that pocket's open, now he can kind of look for an out. It's going to be touch of right hand English. Basically get back to the middle again. Speed looks pretty good. I ran away from a little bit. So the 4-6 is an easy combination. So this 3 ball is going to be the biggest issue on the table. Going to play safe, bring it towards the cluster. Got away with it. Very tricky leave, especially you can leave the combo yourself, but it doesn't look like it goes. So from here, you can go underneath with some left. You could make the 6 that way. So you would go short rail with some inside spin, hitting it full with a little bit of pace, because you kind of want a little separation. The 4 ball is going to slow you back down, so you kind of want to get back through it. So you would come in. Yeah, it's going to be a close hit. As long as it gets very close to the 8 with some inside, should be able to make the 3. Hit it with a little bit of pace. Good pick. Yeah, I like going underneath a 4. It's a much better opportunity, because if he goes underneath, he can make the 6, and the 3 ball would kind of stay in that vicinity. But now everything's kind of open. Nothing's given on this table. This table is extremely tight. Less is more. The harder you hit a ball on these, you pretty much got to be perfect. Good stroke goes a long way on these tables. Middle of the table, I wouldn't try to get all the way down if I didn't have to. Good enough. Got plenty of angle. You could check this off the rail. Get up on the 7 ball. See, this is where you didn't want to be, kind of semi-straight with the 8 on the rail. Can't tell how straight he is. He might have to run this into the long rail, back down with high. He's going to go in there. He might try to stay in the middle and cut it in. Yeah, see, that's where it got a little tricky. He does have a slight angle. He's definitely going to need the bridge. Again, unable to tell how bad the angle is just watching from the overhead. He may be able to introduce a little bit of inside spin to kind of kill this cue ball to keep the 9 in this bottom right corner. If he's really, really thin, he might have to go down and back, which is really difficult with the bridge. Just judging that speed with the bridge in hand. Yeah, so he had a little bit of inside to kill it. So now he's got a nice routine 9 ball. All right, Punal takes down Dan. Punal have his opponent up shortly. All right, so Punal's next opponent is going to be Keith Cuff. Pretty even matchup. All right, so Prunell's going to have the break. All right. Good separation. Nothing falls, but no big problems here at all. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. Probably the biggest shot would be a 6 to the 7. Besides the first one, obviously, this is a testy one here. He's going to play safe. He's going to carry him into the 5 ball. Looks like he might be able to see it. Definitely not, maybe not enough to make it. He's getting right down. Yeah, he's going to cross it over, try to go. That's a good shot. Try to go behind the 4. Looks like he does have a lane. Again, I don't know if it's enough to make it. He's jacking up, so he might have to swerve around it a little bit, and he does. He might be corner hooked here. I don't know if he can shoot this right in. No, definitely can't. That ball's hanging pretty good. This is a kick shot. Separation's key. I don't know how much separation he can get from where he's at. This might be a lower speed, just trying to make contact with it. Comes through. Yeah, good hit. Very well hit. So the safety here would be to get the 1 ball banked up table and using this 3 ball as a snooker. Gonna go the other way with it. Just as good a shot. Yeah, crossed it over. Looks like he's got a full snooker on the 9 ball. A little bit harder of a hit now because all the balls in the way are taking the kick angle. He can come close to the 2 with some inside spin to make contact behind it. Gonna come through. Not enough pace. It's gonna be a foul. So now the big shot is maintaining an angle on the 3 to transfer back up the table for the 4 ball. This is the one here. A lot of players like to get straighter on this, but the straighter you get really limits the amount of angle you have to move up and down the table. So I would like to come back maybe about a foot, not much more, decided to cross the table. So either side, he's still got the angle that he's been looking for. This would be center ball, nice and smooth. There's a window between the 7, 9. I would like to come all the way down to the right side of the 9 ball, just because it affords you a little bit of an better opportunity to come back up for the 6. You can easily get snookered if you over or under hit this ball, staying on the top side. We decided to stay up top. He's got a good angle now. He's just going to have to really be precise with the side pocket in play. A little too much. So he had the right angle, just overshot it a little too quick. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. This is a super testy 6 ball. Doesn't easily play into the 7. 7 probably be in the side. Center ball, he just has to cross over the 9 slightly. That's a great shot. Yeah, crossed over the 9. If it goes by the 8, which it might, it's a pretty nice finishing layout here. Kind of do a stop shot, or if he's got a little angle, he can cinch it. Cinching it means kind of like shortening up the distance after contact with draw. From there, he's got a really nice helping angle on the 8 to get back towards the middle of the table for the 9. The amount of time that he's taken, I'm not sure if it does pass. If it doesn't pass, you would have to look at if the 8 also goes into the side pocket. So you would shoot both in the same side. Looks like he's going forward. He's playing safe. So that tells me he probably couldn't pass through it. The 8 appears to be off the rail enough where it does go. Because of where the 9 is, it's not a bad shot at all, because you'll easily get back to the middle. Here, you're just going to have to stay down. Looks pretty straight. Rolling this forward a couple inches. Yeah, now he's checking. Getting back to that rail for any of the corners is a little difficult. I don't see the reward for it. I believe he has enough room for the side. Not a bad leave. Kind of put Pinnell in a little of a tight spot here. Banking in the side feels like a little too much angle. He might have to cross it to get there. Yeah, he's gonna have to think about this one for a minute. He does have a cross side bank. Crossing the cue ball. He may make contact with the 8. He may have to get a roll there. Can you kick it? You can. Again, super hard. The 7's going to have to go back to the same side, and you're going to have to really kick and stick that pretty good. You can kick it into the cross side, but again, low percentage. It's probably his best bet because the knot 8 does look a little tough in the side. He's going to cross it over. I played it well. He might get a full snooker on the 9. If he doesn't, still far. I think he did. Like Keith, yeah, Keith going for the 7. Kicked, didn't hit it. Big thing to note is when you kick at that speed, it's going to come very sharp off the rail. The softer, the more it's going to open up with the cue ball rolling. So here you're going to see Pinnell just pull it back slightly. He doesn't want to get straight. That little bit of an angle is a good thing just because you're able to easily bounce back towards center. Going to pull it back just a hair. He may have got a little too straight, but again, not the end of the world. You hit this with high with a touch of left, almost like poking it a little bit to correct it off that rail to come back straight. If he does have a little bit of angle, if he's completely straight, he's going to either stop shot to shoot it down the bottom right or pull this back. Yeah, so high with a touch of left, beautiful. Comes back to the middle. Now, big favor on the 9 ball. And Pinnell gets another win against Keith Cuff. Pinnell's next opponent is J.R. Roa. Again, very tough match for both players. I would give a slight edge to J.R. Roa. But Pinnell is playing good today. Playing some smart safeties, not giving his opponent the opportunity to kind of get comfortable at the table. It's a big deal, especially with a stream and in very tight pockets. This table can get in your head very easily. Looks like Pinnell has another lag win, so he'll be breaking again. Looking down the tables, it looks like Jose Vicente is still on table 7. I got here about an hour ago, and he was on 7. And if it's winner stays on, he's still there. So he hasn't received a loss yet. No, he still has all 4 of his chips. So if you don't know, a chip is a loss basically. So if somebody says they have 4 chips, what that means is they have 4 losses before they're knocked out of the tournament. So a kid like Jose with 4 chips, he can basically only lose 3 games all day to win it, which is probably a 5-hour tournament, 6-hour tournament, which is highly difficult to do. One bad roll, one ball hanging at the wrong time. I think you can imagine how difficult it is with that many few of losses to accomplish it. Super talented 15-year-old. If he keeps at it, I think we're going to see his name come up a lot across the country, and I wish him the best. All right, so here we go. We're going to get started here. The 1-6 combination plays pretty well. Just a slight undercut. Looks like the 2-4. Looks like the 4 might be a little close down in this corner for the 2 ball. He just went to bank it. He might end up in the side or hang in front of it. Yeah, it's going to hang in front of the side pocket. Again, my angle, I can't tell. If the 2 does pass by the 4, obviously pulling this back a little bit, undercutting it. So he's going to slide it, so that means it doesn't go. Is he going to get there? Looks like he slightly overhit the playing the side. If he did, he can kind of hit this soft. Yep, man, he's fast. Hard to keep up. Yeah, so if he hits a soft, he can leave both on the same rail. I couldn't get it out fast enough, but very well hit. Yep, 1 rail kick. I'm going to hit it with a little bit of pace. And good contact and leaving it alone. So a lot of things, even if you don't get a snooker, leave your opponent far. Takes a lot of confidence away, especially if they miss multiple shots in a row. Looks like he just has to make this, and the 3 would be going on the side. So he just overhit it. Big thing is with a table this tight, you have got to hit the ball to correct speed. If you're hitting balls where they're sliding and not rolling, almost impossible unless you're absolutely perfect to get it down. So dialing back on the speed, allowing more stroke forward to replace that speed that you're looking for, will allow the cue ball to transfer its energy to roll a little bit better. So he's playing a kick game. Looks like he might get away with it again. Yeah, he definitely. That was a very nice shot. All right, so we're going to talk about rail speed. So it looks like the 7 ball is laying right where he would want to kick into it. Same exact thing almost with the 5 ball. It looks like he's going to try to go 2 rails and just missed it. I think if he took a little bit more time, I think he'd be a lot more accurate with that kind of thing. It takes a little bit of time to judge that. 1 ball in hand, this looks pretty good. It looks like he's playing for the 4-6 combination. Very important to make sure that 4 ball doesn't dip on the short rail too far in and you're stuck. So it looks like he got too close anyway, so that's out the door. Safety here, hit it thin, missed the side pocket, try to leave him where he left him last time behind the 8. And B control at that pace is going to be hard to do. Back on, 4-6. Very hard from this distance, especially holding the 4 ball. So we left it open. He is straight, though. No matter what, he's going to have to come up with a pretty good shot on the 5 ball. Yeah, he's just going to take what the table gave him. Very important to not get that tight to the rail. I'd rather have a little bit more angle and a little bit more room to work. So here he's going to jack up. Going to bring down the potting success quite a bit. Yeah, on this table, that's just not going to work. All right, so we have a 5-8 available. Check it with a hair inside to keep the cue ball on this side of the table. Here you would play the overcut slightly. And you just bank in. Yeah, too fast. Got to take your time. Got to look at it. Got to make a game plan. Here, this plays pretty good to get to the 6. You can go high with a touch outside. 2 rails, maybe a third. 1, 2. Yeah, he's going to come up very nice here. This is a big part of the game, right? Almost done. You can finish. You have to take your time and prepare. He's just going to come back up. He's got enough angle. You hit this with some low, just coming back off the rail. 9 ball's hanging, so. Yeah, hit that good. You got straight. Not the end of the world. It's just a 9 ball is probably 6 inches from the pocket. Hey, hit that with a little bit inside. Hit that good. Looks like J.R. Rojas is going to take down Pinal. Pinal had a nice little run, 3-4 games. Yeah, it looks like Pinal is going to have the table. I'll let you know who he's playing in a second. All right, so we got J.R. Roja and Shannon up. Shannon is a frequent customer. Comes every week, if not almost every single week. One big thing you could see, especially with a stream, if you're not completely used to it, the nerves are a little bit of something to get used to. You tend to see when players' nerves kick up, they speed up the process. They tend to overhit balls. A little bit more doubt in the arm. Just come back down to your mechanics, right? Don't think about running every ball out. Think about how you're going to approach each ball individually. This table is very difficult to run through the colors with 0 ends. Safety's a big deal, right? Right time. The table's not laying perfect. Make sure you're getting chances for ball in hands or allowing, opportunities for effective breakouts of clusters. So far, we haven't had any big clusters. We had that one in the top left corner, top right high corner, I mean. So it looks like Shannon's going to break. Definitely. Yeah. The other guy had your way. Business. All right, here's the break off again. Testy starter. I don't think anybody had a very friendly first shot of the day. Like the 2 balls down. 3 is hanging. As long as you get this one down, this is just get the ball down. It's very hard to get in trouble here. Yeah, a little too fast. Same thing here though. Center ball, nice and smooth. Get through the cue cleanly. Yeah, nice confident stroke. So here, you could play for the window. You might want to play for the 9 hit. Yeah, that's the one problem with following that very small window, and that 5 is pretty big there. You might want to come back and try to make contact with the 9 to slow you down. But again, it was far. 1, 2, so I'm going to try a 3-rail kick. It's going to open enough. It is not. All right, so the 6 to the 7's a key shot. Probably would want to stay underneath just because of how close relation is to that point on the side. You're off a hair coming back across up the table. That shot can get really unfriendly really quick. I wouldn't want to pull this back a little bit. Wouldn't want to stay above it. Yeah, that's perfect, right? Even though he's a little disappointed, he has plenty here. He's a very tall man too. Just hitting this with some right, bringing it down towards as close as you can to the long rail where the 6 is sitting. Doesn't take a lot, right? To the thinner hit. Yeah, I don't even think Shannon can reach it. It's pretty far. He's gonna try. So he does have to go to the bridge. Going to keep this cue nice and level. A little bit of the right. Gets it down. He gets very good on this. Yeah, hit that very well. This is about as good as you get getting above the. Oh, and he tapped it too early. Again, preparation is key, right? Helping a plan, getting properly. Look, just tap the cue ball a little early. This is no big deal. You're going to roll this with a little angle. You don't want to be on the rail shooting the 7 ball. Coming down probably about 2 feet with a little bit more angle. You want that angle for a couple of reasons. A, it's a little bit harder to judge a straight-in shot and where you have to hit. It's a lot easier just to aim at an edge of the ball. And there with just center ball, he'll easily come back up the table. There he's trying to make sure there's a little bit of an angle so he doesn't ride just straight down that rail with the cue ball. Well, I would like a little bit more, but so here you'll use high with a touch of outside. So when that checks off the rail, it'll bounce and kind of kill any momentum the cue balls have. Allow you to come straight off the rail. So a little bit at left, half as hard as you think because it's a thin hit. So we want to just use that little bit of left to steer it back up the table slightly. Yeah, see the speed was too fast, but perfect line. You see, hit it with high with a touch outside. That's the line you wanted, but about 5 feet ago, right? But still in good shape. Again, tight table. You want to play this a little bit thicker than thinner, especially if you're going up in the top left corner. You have to hit this with the correct speed. This is one of them shots. Get down to try to fire at it. The cue ball is going to make the 9 ball slide and not roll, so you're going to have to be perfect. But here, catch it a hair thick, so that way it can drop. He's going with the side. I definitely like up in the top left corner. I could see the pocket, right? A little bit more manageable. The side's a little blind. So he's taking a minute. I think he's seeing the problem with shooting that in the side. You have to hit it pretty good, and also you might scratch in the bottom left. Hey, so he switched to the corner, which is the right call. He's gonna have to just smooth. Yeah, because if you see that, I caught it a little thick, which you want to do because that allows the ball to roll, hit the other opposite short rail, and then the speed any harder that would not have dropped. So everything went well there. All right, so Shannon Brogsdale has the table. I'll let you know who his next opponent is shortly. Starting to look at the board, the field is dwindling. A couple people on one chip. A handful still having 3. It looks like a couple 10 chippers still have 4 or 5 left, which is nice this time in the tournament. It looks like where's the. So Jose Vicente still just received a loss, which is pretty good considering playing for a couple hours now. So he's at 3. He's a big favorite at this point with still having 3 and a lot of the field down to 2-3. So he really leveled the playing field here. If he stays with it, he in my opinion, big favorite to finish this out with such a good start. Something about chip tournament, very, very big deal to string a couple games in a row. Get comfortable on the table, get the table speed down. That's huge. With 4 chips, you're going to have to go on a run at some point of at least 10 to 12 games in order to have a realistic shot. You can't really win 2, 3, 4 games, lose 2, 3, 4. You don't have enough room for that. So we have Jose up now. I don't have enough experience to do that. So we got Jose Perez playing Shannon Brogsdale now. Jose Perez, great individual, local player, play with him almost every week. All right, so Joey Perez is going to have the break here. And the break off, QBall just stops dead in its tracks. 4-ball really tucked in there. I like the angle with the 4-ball, with the 2, getting an angle with the 2 to kind of interrupt that a little bit. You don't have to do much and just allow the cue ball to come back out for the 3. So you kind of want to hit this 4 in a way where it heads up the rail, clearing the 5, and then you can shoot the 3 and then the 4 back in the corner. But now the 5 is also blocked by the 9, so you might want to completely break that cluster out. I like it because where the 3 is, right? If the 3 was on the short rail by the 7, not a whole lot of reward there. They're going back and forth with this 1 ball now. Now it's in a bad position. Going to try to bank it in. Here's an angle. You would want to go between a 3-5 like he did. A little bit more pace, follow through to get back out. All right. He's going to go down in the corner. He's going to try to clear the 6-7. I'm sorry, the 7-8 to come back up. He's going to bank it, excuse me. He's going to go for another bank. He's going to get away with it. Yeah. Definitely. Now he's got a snooker. This is going to be tough. He's going to have to kick at this. Underneath does work. Tough speed to do it. See, it's going to be a ball in hand, no rail. So now this breakout with the 4 really doesn't work well. Like I said earlier, it did when the 3 was laying kind of by the side. Now that it's down there, you're going to have to play for a safe. Oh, rushed it a little bit. I don't know if this 6-ball interferes with the potting angle at all. I don't think so. But again, I may be wrong depending on what it looks like from the overview to the actual table. Sometimes it is a little different. Looks like it does. A lot of safety play here. Somebody trying to make the other one slip up for a ball in hand, it looks like. 5-ball got tighter. So that cluster is definitely a problem now. I'm trying to think where I would go. I would probably go for the 3 in the top left corner, and I would play to come down to play safe. So I would come underneath between the 9 and the 6 and kind of play a stop shot on the 4, locking him on the 8. A lot of banking going on here, so now he got him. He got a good roll. He's pretty tight to this ball. It's going to be very hard to hit. Going to use right spin, just missing the 8-ball. Yeah, slight elevation. You want to bring a little bit of pace. You want this to take a nice tight line down there. Again, it may be too tight. I can't tell. You don't want this to open. So he hits it. He's going to make good contact. And he made good contact. Yeah, so since the last time we looked, the 3 got even harder. He's going to come back. He's going to hit into 9-5. He does have an angle now. I don't know how well. He may have made an alley for the 4-6 combination. If he did that, he's in good shape. Now it's just getting a little too quick. A little too quick. So now that the 4 does go, the way Shannon's been playing, you might see another bank where he tries to play behind the 6-ball to force another ball in hand. He decided to finally cut that one, so he did. Problem came back this time way worse. You're only going to be able to get between the 5-9 to make a good hit here. I wouldn't even try to make this 3-ball. Probably just leave it on the other side of the 7. Bring the cue ball on the other side of the 8. Not a bad leave. Very limited to where he can go. If he makes it, he's just going to have a piece of the 7. Good stroke. Is he going to come out to see it? If he can see a piece, this isn't terrible. Just a touch of inside spin at a very low speed. Bring the cue ball on the other side of the 6. Looks like he can't see it at all. He's going rail first on the short rail. Very small window. Let's see. The kick is up. No good. Depending how this goes, you're probably going to see Shannon leave the cue ball snookered behind the 5 and break. Yeah. Problem you have here is make sure you get back behind the 5 because get the 6, it's going to head back in that area. Yeah, it's very important there to get back behind the 5, which he did because, like I said, the 6 will kick that 4 back over. But he's still snookered. Coming back up. Looks like he may have a good hit here. Great hit. Great hit. And he took the pocket away. Very nice shot. Looks like he's going to try to hit it thin. And what does he think? Guys shoot fast. All right, I don't know how well this combo on the kick plays, but Joey might be going for it. Yep, he's going for it. Just came off the rail a little bit. Got away with it. Very good roll. He's going to have to go 2 rail kick. 2 rail kick on the 4 ball. He's going to want to come in a little bit to the right of that middle diamond. Catch the short rail and bring the cue ball back up the table. Coming back down, a little too thin. Not a bad leave again. So here you're going to see Joey kind of bank it into the rail if he can. I don't know how frozen. If he's frozen, this is really tough. It looks like he's not. He's going to move it by the 6, have the cue ball up the table by the 8. Yep, just like that. The speed looks pretty good, even if you gave him a window. Very hard to manage anything from here. If he can't see it, he's going to have to go for that kick again. This time you're going to just miss the side pocket to the right with a little bit of pace. That's what he's aiming at. The kick is up. Good hit. Can't tell. I think, yeah, he got a full snooker. Very, very nice slow kick. Can't tell if he's fully snookered. He's shooting it like he can. Okay, it did go. That was like I was saying, the overhead. Kind of tough to see. He's always wide open now. All right, we did a lot of kicking, a lot of safe, and this is where some players struggle getting back in that run-out gear, right? Reevaluate the table. It is open now. Try to maintain the angles to finish it out. Getting back to the middle of the table here. You might hear me say a lot, back to the middle of the table. It is it's your best friend. Because with the middle of the table, it affords you a really good opportunity to get to pretty much anywhere. Big amateur move, trying to get straight on everything. Problem with that is it gets pretty linear. Pretty much backwards or forwards is the only way. But even with this nice angle here, Joey has a really good opportunity with some low, a little bit of right. Nice and smooth, getting this cue ball back to the middle. It easily transfers for the 6, and then you're going to look for that nice angle on the 7. You may want to go underneath for the 7, on the 6. Excuse me. See the little too quick, and got to settle in. He's coming back across. See this on the rail. This is where it gets really tricky. All you have to do is make this. Getting straight on the 6 does become a little bit of an issue. Hit it very good. And here he's going to get a little bit of straight. So this is where the problem is. So he's slightly off angle to the left. Going to have to bring a little bit of pace with a little bit of low, with a little bit of outside, and really come through this. Yeah, see, we had a rub there. So the side pocket does help him, especially with cueing, so he's not sitting on top of the rail. This is a very big confidence shot. He can either center ball cut this. He can kick. He can bang it back up the table if he wants to. He tried to cut, so he hit rail first. He ended up going rail first and hitting underneath of it, which is going to leave a high potting success 7-8. You would pre-plan for you to accidentally make them both now. So I would pull this. I would hit this low, pull it back a hair. We played it like that to come down. See, that's why you would hold it. When you roll it forward, you're kind of really hoping that the 7 doesn't roll back up. So he's going to try to leave him on the short rail with a little bit outside spin. He's just going for it. Okay. Is he going to scratch? No, he's not. Another testy shot. In my opinion, you're going to have to go for this. You have enough of an angle. Confidently get through the ball. You have to stay down. Double check your grip. Make sure it's not too tight. Cleanly get through the cue. Again, came underneath of it a hair. Not the friendliest of leaves for Joey Perez. All you have to do is make it. Again, though, these pockets are extremely tough. This is another one like the other way. You can't hit this hard. It has to be at the right speed. It looks like he's going to scratch here, which is going to give Shannon a really good opportunity to get out. I would take ball in hand, middle of the table. Go 2 rails to play for the 9 in the top right corner. Yeah, I guess you can draw this back if you want. Not kind of a option. Not a big deal. Let's pull it straight back. Yeah, so now he's nice and straight on this with a little bit of an angle. Like I said earlier, that's what you want. You want a little bit of an angle. A lot of post-contact movement. So there you see when standing up too early will move the tip placement, and you may hit exactly not where you want to hit. Big deal. After contact, staying down, finishing the shot out. If you want a really good example of that, check out Joshua Filler. Literally any video of him playing pool, and you're literally going to see what they call the Joshua Filler freeze. He literally holds his stance for at least 2 to 3 seconds. So if the world best do it, I highly suggest you do it. Really helps. I am a local pool instructor for the South Jersey area, so I do help with a lot of these mechanical issues. If anybody's interested, check me out on Facebook, Joseph Bassetti. Little things make big changes, especially like I said, with staying down. That's probably one of the most common errors, along with overhitting balls. I would say they are the 2 biggest learning areas for amateur players. I am also a amateur player, student of the game, watch a lot of pool, ask a lot of questions. Always learning something new. If I want to give you one quick tip, if you're looking to get better and improve your game, make your practice sessions mean something, right? So just because you call up one of your buddies to shoot pool, just to call it practice, make it mean something. What I mean by that is, all right, today I'm going to work on staying down. Today I'm going to work on following through the cue. Today I'm going to work on having a grip that freely allows my cue to open and close. And just sticking to it. Win, lose, or draw, keep doing it. One thing is, a change is very uncomfortable, and a lot of reasons why people don't progress, they don't like growing through the losses of the change. So stay confident. You may lose games you normally win in the beginning, but after a while, you're not even going to notice the changes occurring. You're just going to start winning again. Definitely a growing pain, getting better. Not sure who Shannon is playing here. Ball down, got 2 ball down. Where's the 2 ball going to end up? Side pocket. Can't tell how straight this is. If it's a little bit straighter than I think, I might roll this with some high to keep an angle. The 4 ball is in probably the worst position on the table. That's that 2-inch area close to the sides. Brutal. Bankable. Really kind of unrealistic to play straight on the ball. And even if you did, you have no opportunity for the 5. So you may have to bank that. He's not going to get to a rail, is he? He barely hit it. All right, so he's going to snooker him on the 8 ball. He may have played a little 2-way there. Smart move. Can't tell if he can get the left side or not on the right side of the 2. He's going to go rail first. All right, so the 4 ball's no longer an issue. He's going the wrong way for the 3. This here, you'll hit with a little bit of inside. You want to catch the 2 ball nice and full. You want to hit the left side of the center pocket. Do the most, try to get it as straight as possible. You wouldn't want to let the cue ball run too far. You want to take that angle and transfer it back up for the 4 ball. So hit a little too far. This is a really touchy shot. See, you underhit it. Here, if you can see it, pretty much center ball. Avoid the scratch in the top left. Definitely got to take your time in this. You need to prepare how you plan on addressing it, getting through the ball. All right. Roll past the side. 7 ball appears to be blocking the path. You can cross this over for a bank. Safe. Playing the combo is a little too risky unless you play a 2-way and pull the cue ball on the other side of the table. He's going to go for a bank. 3-rail bank, and it lays up. So here you would use some outside spin. Depending how thin this is, hard to tell. You would just want to pull this to the other side to get the angle on the 4. Yeah, it's a little too thick. Preparation, too quick. All right, so he's got plenty of angle. You want to move this ball back up towards the center. Again, the center will give you a lot more opportunity to get back to the center for the 5. Yeah, low with a touch of right. You want to just bring this back up the table. He's gonna fluke it? No, he's not. Good leave again. Back cutting this doesn't appear to be happening. 9 balls blocking the other way. I would definitely cross bank safe this. So I would kind of hit the 3 ball, half ball with some high. Pull the cue ball on the short rail this side, send it back up. Got away with it. Hit it well. Got a full ball snooker. He may have to go rail first here. Okay, so Shayna realizing this is a big shot, taking his time. Okay, he's going to try to go first, kick this into the corner. Pretty low percent. Not many. You can go 1 rail short pace, leave it behind the 7 ball. He's going to go 2 rails. Gonna come up by the side, center, and try to drop it in. Yeah, tough to judge that. So he did move it out. Probably not going to see him shoot it that way anyway. I would put it on the pro side. Just like before, a little bit of an angle. I want to get at least a foot off this rail. Be able to get my hand on the table. Be kind of comfortable. Hit the rail. Yep. So he's good. Bring this back up to the center of the table. Yep. Underhit it slightly for the 2-rail position. Tight to the rail. Tight. Tough. All you gotta do is make it. Hit it too hard. Pocket down should leave you a nice angle. Overcut it a hair. Gonna get away with it? Yeah, gonna get away. Even if Shannon could see it, he can see the top piece of it. The reason why it sounds like I'm whispering, my voice carries like crazy, and I don't want to shark anybody playing here. We commentate on their shots, so. He can get a full ball hit. He can keep the cue ball down here and send it up. Yeah, he tried to thin it, just caught the edge of it. I would run this down. I want that angle to use one rail to get back up to the middle for the 8. So I would pull this forward a little bit. I'll run any division. I'm going to start posting. All right, so that ball is hanging in the pocket. One good thing is the pockets are super tight, so catching the rail is a little bit easier. But you can hit this thin with center ball. Touch a outside to straighten it up, coming back down. I mean, you have a kick option, which you can definitely do too. A little bit easier. You don't have to judge it as well. Make sure you don't hit it too thick. That's the big one. Kicking this and make sure it's thin enough. So he kicked it. Yeah, so here it's hard to get in trouble. Like I said, you can kind of hit it that speed and not get in trouble. He hit that very well. It's a good option there. So pretty routine. Center ball. Stay down. Don't rush it. All right, Shannon has another win. All right, so we have Pinal coming back. This is going to be my last match. I'm going to get out for the day. What you're watching here is the QBall Billiards weekly chip tournament. If you haven't been here, I highly suggest you do. Great payouts. They have a break and run jackpot, which is pretty hard to compete with. Very, very lucrative. Great tournament. Great tables. Good atmosphere. I've never been. Come on out and check it out. So we have Punal versus Shannon. I believe they both frequent Delran Billiards. I've seen a lot of jerseys around. Hey, Okay, looks like he does have enough room to clear the 9 ball with the 2. So you're going to bring this close to the rail. Just the speed's a little too strong. So now he's in a tough spot. You could spin this behind the 9, try to move the cue ball to the other rail. Yeah, preparation is definitely the key. Making sure you've decided on something, right? We all fall victim to getting down, just shooting the first idea that we see. Very important to develop a game plan. A lot more success in making balls, a lot more success in position play. Really taking a couple extra. Gonna hit the side rail. Oh, just caught the point. If he didn't hit that point, he'd have been really good on the 5 ball. Definitely happens. Tough roll. No realistic attempt at it. Here would be a separation safety, right? Trying to get the balls far apart. Leave one on the one short rail. Leave the other one on the other. Now it's figuring out the best way to do it. I like. I may hit this thin on the bring the cube between this 9 and just try to get as far apart and on the possible. Bank it. Gonna afford it. I'll leave the. You might want to leave it underneath. The angle looks good enough. You could shoot 6 in the side. Depending on the angle, it's really welcoming to go from 7 to 8 to finish this game. This is a big shot, right? Making sure I get good on the 6 definitely takes some time. Didn't like it. I don't know. My angle may be different than theirs. They may see something else. Super testy, in my opinion. Has to be all the way up high. Touch it outside. You want to cross over heading towards this. It's a good. Looks like it's got enough angle. So hit at the top of the 7, which makes it a little bit tricky. Now interfering with the 7 ball is what's going to really slow the. Interfering with the 9 ball is going to really slow the pace down to go back around the table. So putting it in the corner where he's looking, highly difficult. He's going to have to check that with a little bit of inside. I mean, the scratch is not really on because of the 8. Bank, again, 8's a problem. You might have to cross this over. I would bring the cue ball back. I would bring the 6 ball back where the cue ball is now and let my cue ball track by the 9. He's going for the cut. Yeah, I think the cross bank safe best. You can hit this 6 ball full. You can bring it back to where the cue ball is now, and you can leave the cue ball hanging out by the 9 ball. I think that's his best opportunity. He cut very low percentage, but very hard to maintain that for position on the 7. It would basically be hoping for a good roll. It looks like he's going to do my shot. This here, you don't have to hit it hard. You're only going about 6 feet up. He's going back to cutting it again. He's a little unsure here. The cut just doesn't afford a really good outcome, especially if you get to the other side of the 8. He cuts it in, but the 8 was a problem that we discussed. He got there. That's a really good high pressure shot. Maybe it was a little bit thinner than I thought. Again, the overhead can be a little deceiving. But here he's in really good shape. This is a shot. Hey, stay down. Tip placement and follow through is key, right? You want to make sure you dial in the low. You want to hold the low. Focus on a good transition forward. This nerves can kick in here. You can see a lot of people rush this placement moves, and it almost looks like center ball. Even 3 to 4 inches backwards. Huge advantage in playing it off one rail or just following it forward. He's going high ball. The problem with that is you have to bring a lot of speed. He thinks he's going to get lucky. He did. You know, it happens. It's the game of 9 ball. That speed, that distance on that shot, much more manageable to pull it back a little bit. So here, you would go high with a touch of inside. You're going to go completely around the table. Short rail, long rail, short rail, back to the long rail, and shoot the 9. And so here you would hit it high. You want to bring a little bit of pace because you want to deflect off to avoid a scratch. You're going to come through nice and smooth. As long as you catch within the first couple inches of this bottom right pocket, you're in good shape. Yep, he's got it. All the way through the cue. So he tried to use a little bit of outside, which really made it tougher. He conceded. All right, well, that's the end of me. Poonam Patel is going to move on the table one. This is Joe Bassetti again from Pool Players Care in the Machete Pool School. Lee's going to come back up. Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend.
All right. Thanks again to Joe Bassetti of Pool Players Care. If you want to find more information on Pool Players Care, you can look them up on Facebook. There's usually donation boxes at local pool tournaments, and keep an eye on the Facebook feed. They accept donations of cash, or around tournament time, you can generally donate some items for an auction, giveaways. Any little bit helps. Pool Players Care, great charity. Been going for about 5 years now, 4 years now, maybe 5. Now that I think about it, Joe's done some great work in the community, and I support them every chance I get. Right, this match is going to be Poonam Patel. We got a couple minutes while we wait for an opponent. Short list of supporters today. Sun up, 0 down. Back that up. Sun up, 0 down. My solar is installed. New roof done. Solar panels done. Waiting for final inspection. We had to move a panel, so we had to get a new permit. I believe that's done. Waiting for a final inspection. And then energizing probably by the end of June. But if you're looking to get solar, Sun up, 0 down. Great experience with this company so far. Get in touch with Brad Silver at 609-457-7646. Give Brad the code STREAM25. Let him know you saw it on the stream. MetaSolutions offers medical plans, prescription plans, dental and vision insurance, and life insurance and annuities, with offices conveniently located in Galloway and Freehold, New Jersey. Get in touch with them by texting SAVE, S-A-V-E, to 58524. JB Cases, the best place to get JB Cases is at jbcases.com, and you can use their case design tool to build a custom case. Mine's about a year old now. Still looks brand new. In my opinion, best protection you get for your cues is a JB case. Actually, mine's going on 2 years old now. And certainly last but not least, Pool Cue Kickback giveaways. Last I checked, they had a Treadwell up there. Check them out. Check out the Razzles. Bid with Confidence, run by our very own Carlo Favretto. And when you're done checking out Pool Cue Kickback giveaways, swing over the sister group Production Q Kickback giveaways and give that a whirl. They got some great Predators and Q-Tex and whatever you desire. You'll find it at one of these two groups. Check them out on Facebook. Thanks to our sponsors. They help bring you the stream each and every week. If you're interested in sponsoring the stream, you can send me a message on Facebook. If you got my number, you can text. If you see me at a tournament, you can let me know, and we'll get you some exposure. So it looks like it's going to be Long and Poonam and Chris getting ready to break right now. Chris is on 3 of 9 chips. And Pinal wanted to get a little more heat on that shot, get a little even with the 3 here. Give himself an easier shot at the 4. 6 ball. Doesn't really have a pocket, but used the 6-7 combo there. See if he goes with this. I wasn't sure if he was going to try that 4. Ooh, he's going for the 7. That's a risky gambit, as you see. Now blocked. I might have tried to make the 4-7 combo or get the. I think there was room to get the 4 in there behind the 7. Might even cleared the 7 from the pocket and made the 6 an easier shot. Yeah, I don't think I would have taken the route Punal just took. Good hit, though. 5 hits the rail, so that's a legal shot. Chris going to hit this with low and try and draw back. Just enough. I actually thought he was trying to make that bottom left. Pinal plays similar shot. Leaves the cue up table. Chris goes for the safe and looks like, yep, absolutely. Good shot. It's just a 1 rail for Purnell up and back. Take your chances. A tight kick here and maybe try to cut this in. It's the other way. Yeah, see, I'd have set that a little tighter and taken a chance at making it, especially since if you go outside of it, you got a chance to scratch after the hit. But he went too wide. I don't like this 5 ball. I see what he's looking at, but if you leave not enough angle, you're going to have a hard time getting on the 6. And if you leave too much angle, the cue ball's going to take off up table. Leave you a tougher shot on the 6. You almost want to hit this 4 and then end up about a half a rotation further up table. That's pretty good. That's enough angle that he should be able to make this 5 and get around the 9 for the 6 ball. Yeah, any more or less could have been a problem. 20 players left in the tournament. Chris makes the 5. Nice position on the 6. Got a slight angle here. It looks like he's just going to try and draw this and slide over and have the 8 up table in the corner. Oh, wow. He went the other way. I thought he was going to hit that soft. Just slide back towards the right of your screen for the 8 up in the top left. He did have some bottom right on that, though, and that's what carried him up to the left of the table. Gonna get safe behind the 9, just a little strong. Ooh. He's gonna get a lucky leave here, leaving this right on the rail. Them both on a rail. All right. Oh. And the 16 players as Pinal Makes us 8. Should have no trouble getting on the 9 here. And this for the win for Punal Patel. 16 players, 5 of whom on 1 chip. Oh. That's going to be a win for Krista Long. Krista Long defeats Punal Patel. I think we're going to have a short wait for an opponent. Well, I have a typo there. Punal was on his last chip. He's now eliminated. Juan Gonzalez next up for Krista Long. Four of 10 chips. Got this 2 on the side. He's going to have to do some work to get on the 4, though. Got the right English on the ball. On the 4, but took him out of making the 2. He is safe behind the 6. Shot to get on the 5. 5 to 6. 6 looks like it's partially blocked by a 7. I'm not sure if there's enough pocket there or not. He brings it back to make it in that upper right corner. Chris with ball in hand. He's going to try and set this 7 up, get himself off the rail, some right English, and just pop up here behind the 8. Good shot. That's about perfect. Got a little bit of angle on this. And Chris DeLong defeats Juan Gonzalez. Mark Steinberg is going to be Chris's next opponent. Mark Steinberg on his last of 10 chips. Down to 13 players in the tournament. 5 of whom on 1 chip, so very shortly hit our top 10. And we'll have our final 10 and break and run after this. Mark tries to make a safe there. Wanted to put that one right on the rail, but just a little strong. Down to 12. Chip leader Joshua Droz. Now down to 11. Chris DeLong defeats Mark Steinberg. We'd be at our 10. Mark has a play on that too, other than a bank. A kick, I'm sorry. All right, Chris on the 4. I'm not sure that 5 goes past the 7. It's a pretty nice shot. I'm not sure that that 8's still in the way. The 5 might have come a little far for that. I'm not sure if he could see enough of that to make it. Nice bank. Nice bank. Didn't get it on the 6, though. The shot was good. The ball position, not so much. Yeah, I think so. Good. Good hit on that kick. Okay. Mark's going to have to come off the rail to hit this 6 as well. Not sure he can see this past the 8. He can definitely hit it. Oh, he could. You could see it clean, too. Great shot. It's not a bad leave, but it wouldn't have worked out as far as the 8 ball goes. Wouldn't have had a look at that. Player now. Actually, Chris DeLong eliminates Mark. We're going to have our final rounds and break and run coming up soon. We're going to let the advertisers' ads cycle on the screen here. Thank them for their support. And we'll be back in about 5 with the final rounds. All right, we're going to have Dave Hansel and Shannon Brogsdale coming up on table one. Dave Hansel with 4 of 8 remaining. Shannon Brogsdale with 2 of 10. Hmm. All right, that's Shannon at the top, Dave Hansel at the bottom. This is going to be very close, but Shannon wins that lag and has earned the break. 10 players. I'm sorry, 9 players left in our tournament. And then Shannon with the break. I knew that one. I knew that one. Here. And it makes the 1. Gets good position on the 2. Welcome, white ticket. Hello. All right, I was assisting with the break and run draw. I'm back. Oh, that one just off. Not sure I like the shape he would have had on this 6. Dan goes for the bank and the side. Get there. Oh, would have had a nice look at the 7, but that one just off the jaw. It stays out. Good hit by Shannon. In safe behind the 8. Dave's going to have to make a 1 rail. Oh, the way he's looking at this, there might be a sliver of 7 he can see. Absolutely. Good shot. Oh, that was a good hit. Wow. I think Dave can again see a sliver of this 7 ball. And he could. Shannon's going to be able to see it again as well. Safety battle centering around that 7. This is a pretty good one, but I think, again, Shannon might be able to come off the rail and nip that 7, maybe send it up table. The key there is going to be trying to keep the 7 hidden. I think that was 8 first. It was 8 first, ball in hand. All right, so Caesar was a watcher, called it a bad hit. I thought it was a bad hit, but Dave Hansel thought it was a good hit, and that's the one that really matters. I think they are. All right. Initial video review seems to bear out that it was 7 first. And that is so close. Just reviewing that 7. At worst, it was a tie, I think. So Dave made the right call, not accepting the ball in hand. Dave didn't get enough on that shot. I'm annoyed with himself, but toss this in the side. He's going to shoot the bank. Just a little narrow. Shannon's going to have a chance to get this rack. Oh. This should be a makeable shot here for Dave Hansel. And Dave Hansel defeats Shannon Brogsdale, hangs on to the chip count at 4. All right, and we are going to get ready for the break and run. Cesar Cortez.
All these motherfuckers. Go ahead and talk.
All right, break and run is at 23,870. These are eligible for the entire amount, 2387 per ball. All right, here we go. Oh, 7 ball looked like it was heading. Then I could take ball in hand and try to run them out for $200. Again, he didn't make anything on the break, so this is for the consolation prize of $200. All right, next contestant in the break and run is Yorgo Meaty. All right, Yorgo, 1,193 a ball, 50%. All right, your go. Ready to break. Nothing falls. He's going to take ball in hand, try and run them out for 200. All right, next contestant in the break and run. It's Julio Delator. Julio is going to be going for 10% here. 10% ticket. Oh, the one goes in and back out. 3 ball, just needed to kiss the 6, didn't go. Julio again gets to try to run these out for $200. I don't know if that goes past the 9. I guess we're about to find out, or he's going to play the combo. There's our answer. So Julio does not get the consolation prize. Next contestant is Cesar again. Still 8 players left in the tournament, 3 of whom on 1 chip. All right, $238 a ball for Cesar Cortez. Oh, wow. Oh, ball in hand. Chance for 200. All right, Dan Bryan is our last contestant. After Caesar fails to get the consolation again. All right, 238 a ball for Dan Bryant. $238 with the one ball. He's going to take the 238. He's going to hit the two ball for fun. See what he could make of it, but tough cut in the corner. And it's going to leave you tough on the three. All right, and that concludes the break and run. We will have a match as soon as one becomes available here for table one. I'm going to take a 30-second break, and then we'll be back. 7 players remaining in the tournament. Just waiting for, I believe it's 2 racks to finish, and we'll have our next round coming out. All right, we are set with our next match. 6 players left. Josh Droz with 2 of 8. And Josh's opponent's going to be Jerome Carmichael on 1 of 8. All right, here's Josh with the break. Six players left, 3 of whom on 1 chip. We could lose 3 players in this round. That was close to being a nice safe. Just came out a little far behind that 5. surveying the location of the 3. Oof. A little strong on that. Gonna end up behind the 7. That's one where you'd rather been short than long for sure. I think the 1 rail's this way towards the top of the screen is the option. The other going up to the left, the 8's in the way. I've been playing well today. Nice ball in hand for Jerome. Oh, that was a stick foul. Okay, so that's with the stick, so it gets replaced. The 7 gets moved back where it was. It's not a ball in hand foul. All right, so we just used replay to place the ball, and Jerome declined. He wanted to leave it where it is. This tournament is not all ball foul, it's cue ball foul only. That's a good play. He's got a good position on the 7 here. Should be able to get on the 8. Just maybe a touch or low. He's on the rail though, so should be all right. Just playing this with great. Oh, that was just a little strong too. If he'd have come up just a little short, a little less on that, and made the 7, he'd had a great position on the 8. That might end up safe behind the 8. It did. All right, Jose Vicente eliminated. We're down to 5. Pending this match and the match between Gonzalez and Hansel. Good hit there by Jerome. Great shot by Jerome. He's got great position on the 8. All right, and this for the win for Jerome Carmichael. Stay in this tournament, which is now down to 4 people as Gonzalez was eliminated. And Jerome Carmichael defeats Josh Droz. Hey, Jerome Carmichael and Mark Vecchio are going to be on table 1. Mark with 2 of 5 chips remaining. Mark Vecchio ready for the break. That 1 ball tracking toward the side, but just off the jaw. Looking at this in the bottom right corner, maybe a little inside on this. I think he's got enough angle to just play this. Come back across for the 6. I don't think he needs to put inside on it. Goes for safe instead, and that's a good choice. One comes up short. Which way Mark decides to play this? The 6 to 7. You're gonna run into the 9 from that side of it. Okay. I thought he might go for a 3 foul here. And that's one way to make sure you get on the 7 from this. It's the opposite angle. Yep, that was well played. A great shot. And this for the win for Mark Vecchio. This would eliminate Jerome Carmichael. And there it is. Mark Vecchio eliminates Jerome Carmichael, and we're down to 3, pending the Hansel Droz match on table 3. And that's it. Our final is set. Josh Rose. Defeated by Dave Hansel. And it's Dave and Mark on table 1. Dave Hansel on 4 of 9 chips. Only lost 5 matches all day. Shooting well. This is close, but I think it's Mark Vecchio's. This is a heck of a safe. $20. I mean 20. Up to 30. Probably. All right, so Dave Hansel wins the first. Takes Mark Vecchio down to 1 chip. Dave Hansel now on the verge of winning this tournament. A heck of a save there to get the third foul. Josh Droz finished 4th. From Carmichael 3rd. Dry break from Mark Vecchio. And ball in hand for Mark Vecchio. think you can see this too. Dave's going to be able to see that too. Yeah, good position on the 3 here as well. Just off the jaw of the pocket and back out. You guys? All right, Dave Hansel on the 2 should have no trouble being on the 3 after this. Five goes past the 8 in the corner. I wouldn't want it to be that far up table. He's going to hit this a lot of inside. Try and get across for a shot at the 6. He got there, but 5 doesn't go. Mark gets safe in behind the 6. And that's going to be ball in hand for Mark Vecchio. Good position on the 7. Ooh. That could be a costly bobble. Pivotal shot in the rack for Dave Hansel. Pivotal shot in the tournament. Can't argue with that. And this for the tournament win for Dave Hansel. And Dave Hansel defeats Mark Vecchio. Dave is your champion. Mark second. Jerome Carmichael third. Josh Droz fourth on behalf of Brad Silver and Jose Garcia. I am Lee Blanchard. We'll see you next week. Date and time TBA. Check the Facebook group. We'll see you then.